All right, and we are live. And it looks like, yes, we can in fact see the stream on both sides. We can see chat. Let's actually swap those windows so the chats are right next to each other instead of on the other sides of the screen. There we go. Yeah, a little bit of a different setup today. We are not in the headset for now. We might get into the headset later, but even though it's like, oh, we need to speed run coding. Here, one second, I just nearly knocked stuff off my desk. Compulsory ADHD cleaning. Anyway, even though it's like, oh, we need to speed run getting the engine working and stuff, it's actually pretty important that we take a step to actually plan out what we're going to code before just jumping in, because we only have a short bit of time before Reality Hack. So we need to make sure, okay, what do we actually need to have before Reality Hack? So that's what we're going to work on here. And the reason we're not in the headset is because I might want to do some drawing on the drawing tablet, draw some diagrams, as one does. Hello to those in chat. How goes it? Let me just restart that chat over there just to make sure that I'm seeing everything. Looks like we're good. It's probably a good idea for me to ping the notification stuff real fast here. Go away, fancy Apple things. There we go. The notifications have been sent. So, what are we thinking about right now? We are thinking about a number of different things. Mainly, the first one is, I guess we should say engine requirements. So right off the bat, we know that we want to get scripting working. And for that, we actually need to come up with what actual entity model that we want to have. Hello. Welcome to those joining. So we want to get scripting working, and for that, we need to figure out what is our entity paradigm, because I haven't fully figured out, because it's definitely not going to be pure ECS, especially with how the pipeline, I imagine the pipeline system with the full version of BraneScript working. So we need to figure out what our entity paradigm is. It's probably going to be loosely inspired by ECS, probably a sparse sets model. But I really want it to look a lot more like a Unity component model, because at least for my mind, the composition of components is a lot easier way to think about building things. Maybe I need to spend more time in Unreal Engine, but I'm not a super fan of inheritance as a form of constructing things. I prefer, like, you have a base type and then you throw components onto that. That's what I'm comfortable with. ECS, that looks like, or we'll say data oriented. That looks like it looks like Unity components. components. And what language are we going to use? So I'm already pretty set on Lua JIT. However, in the Discord, there was, when I brought this up, there was, where is it? It's in there. Somebody else asked if I had checked out Lua U as one, which apparently has some like sandboxing and compiling stuff, so it's worth looking into that as well. Now, we're probably going to go with this, but it's worth it looking at the other options just to see how those will work out. So that's like the main thing. We definitely need to get scripting working. And we also need to figure out what other things do we need. Because like our goal is now, before it was like, oh, you know, I'll go to Reality Hack and have some fun. But then I'm like, wait a second. It'd be a lot cooler if I won. So why don't we actually like try to win? Which means that we're going to have to make our decisions about what we're going to code based on what we need to actually accomplish that goal instead of what we want to do. So what do we need to win Reality Hack? And the theme is, if we go here to Reality Hack, the current theme is experiential, which is a very fun marketing buzzwordy word. However, it gives us a good idea about what they're looking for this time. I know last time they were file packaging for assets, so we already kind of have, that's kind of already in there. We'll just basically be extending what we need. In that realm, what we need more is a slight bit more control over the asset server from the editor. So let me see if there's actually anything on here. Experiential. I know some of the behind the scenes of why they chose experiential. It's very fun. However, it is kind of cringe. But yeah, the theme is experiential. That's what they're pushing this time. So we are going to want to make an experiential experience with the engine. And so we want to make a good experience. And that has me thinking of stuff like, immediately what comes to my mind is stuff like music experience worlds in VR chat, where you have a world and, you know, there's a music track playing and then there's some really cool visuals that go on. So that's what immediately pops into my head for that. So then I'm thinking, okay, we need to be able to accurately do like decent visuals, because we're not going to be able to do anything too technically complex in the time frame that we have before then. So that looks like good visuals, and the components of good visuals are the models, which we already have, but this probably means replace the GLTF loader with it. Replace custom GLTF loader with real one. And the reason I would prefer to do that is because then we'd be able to do stuff like extract animations. For example, I don't think I can write a full, what about Google Street, Google Earth with VR? I guess that is an experience, but that's not exactly the wow factor that I would want to do with one of my projects. But what I'm thinking with like the good visual portions here is models. We probably need to have a shader, not shader, material properties API for scripts, so that in a script we can change material properties so that, you know, you click a button, change the colors of a shader or something like that. So we can actually semi-animate things. Animation mixer, potentially. That's animation mixer is a scary thought though, because even large engines don't have the best animation mixers. So we have 4 weeks. I don't know if I had 4 weeks to solely write an animation mixer, I think I could write a pretty good one. But as a half a week thing, probably I might be able to make a single animation run well. So if we make an animation mixer, it will be an animation player, not an actual mixer. And then I feel like if I wanted to do IK, that would be an experience specific thing. So I'd probably write IK at the event, is what I'm thinking. Of course, through scripting. So that's kind of all I'm thinking of on the good visual side. However, there are other aspects to a good experience, and one of those is audio, which currently the engine does not touch audio whatsoever. And I definitely think like a huge part of making something incredibly polished is audio. And if experiential experience good, or a solar system with other planets in VR, that would be an experience. I am a fan of space, and you don't need audio in space. However, I do want to be able to play sound effects and stuff, even if it's just a single component that is this component plays this sound at this timestamp or whatever. So yeah. So we need some sort of audio. I don't think we need to do I don't think we need to do Steam audio, which is what I want to do eventually. Is there a cross through? There is strike through. So we don't need to do Steam audio, because Steam audio, I feel like that also is a larger task than what we need to do. All we need to do is something on the scale of a little while back I made a cross-platform, I think it was cross-platform, chiptune mixer, where I just directly called some sound APIs, and I had little squares you could press, and when you press those squares it would play a note, and I could make chiptune songs with that a couple years ago. So something as simple as that is we can just play a WAV file from an entity, and there we go. We have visuals, we have audio. Do we need UI? I actually don't think we need UI. We need interaction. We definitely need interaction in input, but that's a part of adding in OpenXR, which is something that we will need to add in. So as soon as we get scripting in, I think we move on to getting OpenXR in here. So we'll put this as a sub thing of this. Can I put it as a sub thing? Make it a sub thing. Oh, whatever. We'll tab it. There you go. Oh, right. The one thing that I missed here. Another one that scares me. Skinned meshes. skinned meshes, obviously very important if you want to do anything animation related. And skinned meshes would also probably require something like, hello, how's it going? For skinned meshes, we would probably need a compute shader pipe. We'll just say API for now. Because you would probably want to compute skin meshes in a compute shader. At least this is like my intuition. I haven't actually made a skin mesh before. So let's throw that in as a... Oh, can I not retroactively make this a header? I think I can. I just have to click through this thing. And then we'll do a roadmap. This header looks weird than this header, even though this is theoretically H1. There we go. So this is what we are working with. PTSD from working with skin meshes and FBX. I can imagine. Hopefully GLTF would be a little bit easier, but yeah, that's one thing where out of like my 4-week budget, I feel like an entire week would have to go to skinned meshes, and potentially even then it would like spill over into the next one. So have you ever seen the clay? Oh, I actually saw the video from that guy. Pretty fast. You can choose your own backend, see macros, generate commands, backend implements. Yeah, it did look very cool. I'm already using IMGUI for most of everything, so I feel like I would just continue using that if I threw it into anything else. Though to be fair, it might have been because I was working with someone else's code. That very true, very true. Also, hello to those in YouTube chat that I did not say hello to yet. Hello. So, of course, our roadmap is very first, we need to figure out what is our entity paradigm. I'm probably going to figure that out later in this stream, after we've like gone down and figured out what does our timeline for building everything look like. So, entity paradigm, research out what language we're using. Probably going to be the JIT form of Lua. We'll look into Lua U, and potentially other variants if any are brought up. But for the moment, these are the two we're working with. And then before doing literally anything else, once we get scripting working, we need to test out scripting, which means we're going to be interacting with like the asset server client. So I'm going to sneak in a little thing here, which is extend editor with more control over the asset server. Because right now, for the entire thing to work, right now the editor uploads assets to the asset server, and then we give the asset server a default chunk for the player to load into. So whenever somebody joins whenever the client joins the asset server, it requests that default chunk, and then it loads that default chunk. And we can probably stick with that very simple paradigm for Reality Hack with just one chunk. We don't need to do anything more fancy than there's like a simple scene for now, because I can't imagine us building anything like open world or whatever in like a 3-day time period unless we are like shoveling Unreal or Unity assets into this, which I don't think we are, because that is a good way to get your jank engine to explode. So we are not going to do that. So we'll just very quickly extend the editor with mode control set default chunk from UI, like so. And after that, I feel like that would be when we want to so then we need to implement the OpenXR loader for our client, because that is like the very next thing we need to do. We have scripting, and then we have actual VR support for our client. And that's where we need to decide how much of the player is embedded in the client and how much of it is through scripting. And also, how does input work? So I think for now, we'll do something like allow chunk to define scripts. We'll actually throw this onto a thing that attach to players, for lack of a better term. Now, there are other systems we could do, like a lot of the things that I've built in the past, at least in Unity, follow a paradigm of you have a control rig and an interaction rig. So you would have all of your logic for device-specific cameras and input on the control rig, and then the interaction rig is the thing with your player, like movement scripts, your avatar, and the way that that avatar actually... Where's the timer? I was promised a speedrun. Okay, it's more like a very significant deadline rather than a speedrun. So we got the Zen music going. We're not in Vim pumping out commands, but we're getting there. We're getting there. It's like when I made the networking thing for AWE. But yeah, so this is my current idea for how we'll handle like movement scripts for now, which is literally just, we have a chunk, it has some set of like player scripts. We'll come up with a catchy name for this, potentially, or just call them player scripts. It might be player scripts, or it might be player prefab, something like that. I'm undecided. We might want to do something like have the chunk set an avatar, because I'm unsure how we should handle avatars for this as well. There's very little difference. Hello there. So we can allow a chunk to define scripts that attach to players, potentially. Or maybe you can say, or objects. And then those scripts have an API to grab player input and positions. And I'm not putting too much thought into the initial version of this, because I would definitely want to have something much more thought out than what I'm doing right now for what we would do in the future. This is like this is the speedrun. This is the speedrun plan. So this is also partially part of the OpenXR loader on the client. I guess another question here is Quest support, which is just no, because I feel like Quest support is another, like, allocate a month for it. It might take 10 days to get... Thank you, Joe, for subscribing. I would have thought you would have done that before now. Indeed, we are doing the multi-streaming. But, Brane, where were we? Right, Quest support. Theoretically, the client already builds to Linux, but I don't know how much Linux differs from Android, and I don't have a lot of experience with building native applications to Android, and I feel like that could take a hot minute to get working. So we're not even going to try to do that before Reality Hack, maybe afterwards. How do you sandbox the user scripting to prevent malware? So for this speedrun, we're not going to. Because we're just going to go to Reality Hack, we're going to build one experience, use this, and then refactor all of that. I have a lot more actual plans for Brane script, which mostly is going to be ripping off security features from the WASM spec. But yeah. So basically the answer to that is we have ideas, but we're not doing any of them quite yet. You heard about infinite monkey theorem. If a monkey keeps typing random characters, you... Yep, I have heard of that. Maybe you should also type random characters, and with enough time you might write your hackathon. See, we don't have infinite time. The hackathon is like 3 or 4 days. Don't give access to the internet, a file system, etc. Otherwise you gotta think about speculative execution and other stuff about leaking memory. Yeah, I do actually want to give people, like, very limited API, the ability to use APIs, but not for this. For this, it's like, if we do need to use an API, that's going to be hard-coded into the engine for the hack on the, like, MIT Reality Hack branch that never gets fully merged into main. But, yeah, no Quest support. Very jank system for movement, especially since... Do we want to add in physics? No. We could, like, write our own physics at Reality Hack if we want to, but that would be on the Lua side of things, not an actual engine, and very much bootleg, jank. Other words for don't use this. So then we'll replace the custom GLTF loader with a real one, just so that because I've been running into problems where my custom loader only works on specifically the things I've been exporting from Blender, and then the instant I, like, download a new thing off of Sketchfab, it breaks the entire thing. So I'm gonna bite the bullet. The custom loader was a good way for me to learn how GLTF actually works, but then we're just gonna use an actual loader. Off topic, what are you doing now? Did you know that GLTFast does not create bounds for imported meshes, runtime, or editor time? Yeah, I would expect it to do that too. I know, like, Unity, you can set it to, like, real time, at least for skin meshes, real time, like, update the mesh boundaries. And that might fix it. Asimp. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, okay, that's the importer for GLTF. Yeah. We will put that on a list. Nope, on non-skin meshes. Oh, that's cringe. Do you have to, like, run a giant for loop over every single vertex position and just min-max it? Not just GLTF, is for basically everything. Okay. That might actually be incredibly useful, because then I don't have to get everybody to use GLTF. Which, to be honest, only having GLTF isn't too much of a bottleneck. because you can just import into Blender and then re-export. But and then after we do this, so let me give myself like a an estimate on times. I want to have, okay, what are we looking at right now? So I'm going to be gone a portion of that week for CES, so we lose a little bit of time there. But we have an entire week next week, so by the end of next week, we want to have scripting entirely working. So we're going to say done by, let's say the 3rd. Hopefully significantly sooner than that, since the entire point of custom language is that it is drop-in. But most of our work is going to be on this actual entity paradigm, which I realized that I haven't actually done the rest of this. Finish scheduling system, since I am going to try to prototype the asynchronous execution plan here. So we're going to refactor, write the scheduling system. That final brain script will probably use a modified version of this. So that is one thing that we will actually get out of this entire experience, is this scheduling system. So GLB is part of GLTF. It's just GL binary, GLTF binary. So we write the scheduling system, have scripts called from the scripts interact with and be called by the scheduling system. And there we go. This is like, we have scripting working. Is scripts are able to tell the scheduling system where they want to be run. Whatever. We also have we also would want to migrate So right now I have a number of native components. So these are things like transforms, material stuff that's hard-coded into the engine rather than being loaded by scripting. You need many a monster can if you're doing this before the 3rd. Yeah. My siblings, kid you not, got me a bunch of monsters for Christmas that I explicitly asked for food, so I got ramen and monsters. And I will probably make runs to the store for same based siblings, but yeah, so we'll probably make runs to the store for more as well. I do want to keep a semi-regular sleep schedule and like start going on more consistent morning runs, like keep my brain intact before the hack and all that. So starting streams early in the day, and then yeah, all of that stuff. These are my thoughts and ideas. We'll see when I fall into complete chaos 1 week in. But I have not goals, dreams for how this will go. The watermelon ones? Yes, I got the watermelon ones. Watermelon is my preferred monster flavor. Some pure oxygen and breathe that directly for peak brain efficiency. Ooh, that is a good idea. Just like have like be on like an oxygen machine for the entire stream. So I'll be in the Apple Vision Pro for most of like when I'm coding. So it's like aviator goggles, and then we have the actual like oxygen mask on there. Just look like a fighter pilot for a solid month. This is an amazing plan. Very nice. Oh, you got the what is that flavor? I know that's a very popular flavor. You got the Red Bull too. Double dipping. I'm living proof one can live off Monster, Cliff Bars, and Beyond Burgers. Based. But yeah. This custom GLTF loader with a real one. What was I talking about before we came up with the crazy plan to turn me into an Air Force ace pilot? Right. Maybe not right. Anyway, I know one thing. I can't remember what I was going to talk about before this, but one solid thing is I want a week of make the editor uncrashable. So obviously, with all of this, we want to write it with making it not crash in mind. However, when I wrote the original Monster is just battery acid, it's battery acid that tastes good. But we want a week of making the editor uncrashable. When I originally wrote the engine, I was like also learning C++ at the same time. This was 3 years ago. I have learned a lot about how to properly handle exceptions and errors, and I also learned Rust. So that has changed my opinions on a lot of coding patterns. So I essentially want to do an audit of the entire editor just to make sure that, like, it's not as crashable. How will this work with the client-server synchronization? At the moment, I have no plans for multiplayer before Reality Hack because I have crunch time written networking systems that are like the bare minimum for networking to be working, and that took me a solid month for only the networking system. So currently the plan is no networking system for Reality Hack. I can talk more about like my ideas for networking in the future, but yeah, Twitch do be like that. Except he can't hear me because he's listening to ads right now. When I get in February, when I get into a more regular streaming, when I get into a more consistent streaming schedule, I would like to do something like Pirate Software does, where you manually set the ad breaks so people aren't missing whatever you're saying for actually seeing ads, because I like the idea of that. Right, uncrashable. So one thing I'm gonna do is I use asserts in a lot of places, which asserts are awesome. When I first found out about them, I was like, whoa, this is amazing. But unfortunately, they throw very scary error messages that are completely unusable unless you have a debugger hooked up and ready to actually catch those error messages when they appear. Otherwise, you have no idea what's going wrong with your program. You're just like, oh, that assertion fired, or no, not that, a insertion fired, and you have no idea where. C++ has exceptions? Yes, C++ has exceptions, as well as it can throw exception, and it has pointer exceptions as well, which are very fun. But one of the things I want to do here with the uncrashable thing is make custom assert with better pop-up error. I like the idea of there being like a little pop-up error, but I want to throw like the actual code that has caused the issue onto the pop-up error, as well as a message, etc., etc. Thought C++ just does it anyway, and if it works, it doesn't. No, there is ways to throw exceptions in C++, and the difference between C++ and Rust is that Rust only has panics. You call a panic, your program fails unrecoverably. You can't do anything about the panics. In C++, exceptions are a method of error reporting for an inconsistent amount of things. So that's where you get like try-catch blocks. And you can try-catch block something and then it will continue running. The problem is that exceptions are like hidden, so you don't actually, unless you're like reading the documentation for every library and system that you're using for every single function, you don't know when things are going to throw an exception or not. Which is why one of the reasons I much prefer Rust is simply for the error handling paradigm. Like, I honestly don't even need the borrow checker for Rust. If I had only enumerator based error checking, like, I'm happy with that. I'm putting that into BraneScript. But that's one thing. We'll make better asserts. Do a pass for not inefficient, but insufficient. I can't spell. Do a pass for insufficient error checking. Variant, optional, all of that stuff. That's why Java is better. If you get exceptions, even if nothing goes wrong. Unity's like that too, except things are always going wrong. And a lot of times you just completely ignore that. You're like, oh, does my game still run? Yes. All right, we're good to go. Indeed. Getting a consistent plastic error on Unity 6 will not go away. I'm not surprised. In fact, I was expecting this. Put a hyphen there. Are you happy now? Yes, it is. And then somewhere in here, we want to throw in a very simple... Now we need to start thinking about these other things. I think these are like the most important things. Is we have scripting. We have the ability to not need to manually edit the asset server database, which is what I have done in the past. All right, who pinged me on Discord? You do. That is a plastic SEM error. But is it an error of doom or an error of annoyance? So last time I checked, I'll look to see if you have the Unity version control package installed, and if you can uninstall it, I think the Unity version control is plastic, so you might be able to remove that out of your project. It does not like Crashable. But yeah, so we have scripting, stuff so that we don't have to manually edit databases, make our engine that we've been claiming is XR, actually XR, so we can stop, not necessarily scamming people, but like, stop scamming people. Make the VR thing actually VR. Make a way to have the player be able to interact with things. Avatars are going to be a pain because for avatars we need potentially skin meshes unless we make everybody a robot. In which case we still have to write some sort of IK. But, I mean, I could just copy the IK I've written for Unity stuff a while back, and then we're good. Skin meshes. Skin meshes is a if we have extra time thing. An animation mixer is if we have extra time on top of extra time. Audio, on the other hand, is like, I definitely want to have the ability to play, like, loosely mixed WAV files. It will like write a super simple distance fall off, etc. I think audio goes in even before we make the editor uncrashable. So OpenXR chunk definitions, that's definitely important. We don't even need to replace the GLTF loader with the real one. I think we go straight for implement I can't spell. Very simple audio play WAV. With distance fall off and also see, Joe, you're the one with music knowledge. What's like the ear balance called? Is that just called balance when you like make one ear louder than the other? Is there like a stereo balance? And I just misspelled all of that. Let's go. Location-based stereo balance. So this is like as we turn our head and there's an audio source from a location, it goes from that location. Panning would be the name? Okay. We'll go... That is a better. And that is literally all I'm going to worry about. And then also script play pause API. So in scripting we can actually control audio sources and like make them respond to things and all of that fun stuff. All right. Already doing more complex audio features than the game I'm writing a mod tool for does. But like for location-based panning, it's literally a sine cosine, and then you change the amplitude. It's not too complicated. The distance fall off is probably the most complicated thing, but that's just going to be like a log function. So API is probably going to be the hardest thing to deal with, actually making it semi-interactable with Lua and whatnot. They didn't get any of those, even though they tried. Oh joy. See, there's one more thing I need to throw into here. Vector-write scheduling system. Scripts define components. A sub thing of this is migrate native components to be stored in Lua compatible memory. There we go. Because we need everything to be accessible by Lua in some way, because anything that's in Lua we can access from the host environment. But anything in the host environment obviously is not accessible by open source forward IK models exist. Yeah, I could throw those in as well, but I don't think IK is necessarily an essential thing. So I'm gonna save that as a potential reality hack throw in there. Like, if I had to spend a lot of time on something, it'd probably be skinned meshes is the thing I'm looking at. Aside from just like raw scripting, skin meshes is probably going to be the hardest thing. I guess the important thing is what is necessary for me to port my world and avatar like I did for VRC. Right now we're not making plans for the actual future version of the engine. Right now we're making plans for the MIT Reality Hack version of it. Which, for the moment, there won't be any Lua. It will look kind of like the thing we're going to build with Lua, but with BraneScript instead of Lua. So I guess look at it, and it's going to be a lot of the same things. Like, most shader knowledge, most modeling and texturing knowledge will carry over. Spatial audio is a thing too. Oh, we're not going to try to put spatial audio in. We're just going to put in very simple audio, because I could try putting in Steam audio. That's, again, like, I have 28 days to get all this working. So I'm going to try to not interact with complicated libraries, because I've historically had problems with those. It's just easier for me to write my own simple stuff when I'm on like a huge time crunch, in a lot of cases. Especially with something as complicated as Steam, as like a spatialized audio, because now you have to deal with like bounding boxes of your objects in your scene, how do those interact with components and everything, and yeah. What would the mission of your project be? If I can put the mission of the project as simply as possible, it's to push the boundaries of multiplayer VR. Technically, from a technical sense, and every aspect of the project kind of feeds into that in different ways. But it's kind of like, it could be, in my opinion, everything could be a lot technically cooler. So this is me, like, through sheer force of will, trying to make everything technically cooler. You could also add injecting caffeine to the pure oxygen idea. What, at this point, why are we sticking with over-the-counter stuff? Like, let's go straight to like thing I don't actually know. Not over the no, let's go straight for like brain steroids, you know, just get those directly into my brain. See, what else? Do we add to the roadmap right now? Oh, right. Let's look at what our timeline is looking at right now. So I think I can get scripting working in a little over a week, because we have 3 days plus that entire week for the third deadline. Why does it say 28 days left in the title of the stream? That is the time until MIT Reality Hack, which I have kind of very recently decided, like, I've decided for a while that I wanted to go there, but very recently I decided, like, hey, I actually want to try to win, and I want to win with the game engine. So we're going to try in 28 days to get the engine to a point where we can make a MIT Reality Hack winning submission with it. Skin meshes would be nice since I optimize around a single skinned mesh. You mean for like avatars and stuff. Yeah, skin meshes would be very nice. Like, even if I don't do an animation mixer, like, you can still procedurally animate stuff without, I mean, to be fair, it's a fair amount of effort to procedurally animate stuff, but you can do it. So skin meshes is like the main thing I'm looking at, seeing if we can fit in here. I don't have material properties for API scripts. I think this is also an important thing. So it's like this and skin meshes are the two things I want to fit into the roadmap here somewhere. LSD is the best idea. True. An insane amount of stuff for a single dev in 28 days. Well, you see, it is. It is. But essentially, we're just gonna like full-time crunch time this, and try to, because you know how fast stuff gets done at hackathons. We're doing a month-long hackathon here, and then we're actually going to go to the actual hackathon, and I'm going to be completely burnt out before it even starts. Which, to be fair, I'll probably be fine, because the instant I'm around my like VR people, like I get reinvigorated by their presence. So we can get there burnt out. Most of the times I've gone to Reality Hack, I've been burnt out beforehand and then left not as burnt out. With enough autism, everything is possible. So, I have heard that in the DSM-6, they are grouping together ADHD and autism. I have been diagnosed with ADHD, so I might get grandfathered in here. I understand all these implementations require lower level dependencies to be implemented first. Yeah, that's what this portion is that I'm going to try to get done in a week. Alright, so just over a week for that extent. This is going to take all of like an hour most. So we'll like throw this in actually we'll nest this a little bit farther. We'll say week 1. This is an easier way to visualize this, is weeks instead of dates. Dates don't mean anything, they're numbers. So we're gonna say week 1 is just this. We get all of our scripting working. Week 2, let's see, understand all these. Just want to be able to use all my VR hardware in an offline, self-hosted environment in order to remove ping from existing platforms. That will be possible with this, even the MIT Reality Hack version, actually. Come on, Notion. Give me, there we go, I think. No, we want to move this back one. There we go. Allow chunks to define scripts or objects that attach to players. I think that is also a week 2 thing. Implement very simple audio. That could be a second half of week 2 thing. Oh, this is actually lining up pretty nicely. So if we have week 3 here, all of these are kind of like, audio might take a hot minute just to get like the APIs working. That might be like a 2-day thing just to get the APIs themselves and loading files and getting it working with the scripting system, but that's like a half a week thing, and the rest of these are less than half a week thing. Like this is this API thing, that might be the other half of the week. So the current goal is to have a demo of the engine for the MIT event. Yes, that is the current goal. At this point, you should just use RNG to set the dates. True. Ah, dang it, my dice set is in storage. Is it? Dang it, I don't have my, like, I have a set of nice, like, metal dice. Um, let's see, roll, let's see, what are we working with here? 28 days? What would be the closest? I guess D20 would actually work for a lot of it, because I want to keep that solid week of time for just stability refactors. So everything else aside from stability refactors, you just roll 4d20, and there we go. Here's our dates for all of our different features. So I think in week 3 is our graphics week. So in here, that's when we put in stuff like setting material properties, and also we'll throw this in there as well. Because, like, this by itself could take an entire week. This will probably not take very much time at all. Since materials at the moment are... How did I implement them? Material properties are not currently represented in the ECS system, so I'll have to figure out a way to do that. I think the OpenXR is going to take a bit more than half a week, or maybe just be a skill issue. True, where did I put that? In here? Half a week? Yeah. So I'm gonna put this as... I'm gonna throw these into stretch goals. We're just gonna tab it. So that gives us, like, this, I'm not imagining, that won't take very much time at all. Swap around, or just have what I've built, swap it out with an actual library. Because what I'm doing right now doesn't take, isn't that complicated. And then material properties for, materials properties API, material properties API for scripts. That will be essentially just giving scripts a way to interact with instances of materials, which won't be too hard. That way, if OpenXR pushes the rest of this out into this week, because I definitely want audio. We don't really need... I think I really do want APIs, and I do want to replace the GLTF loader, because I don't want one of the blockers for my team being that... I mean, technically this could also be part of the uncrashable section, but... Bit of an off-topic question, but since your engine... Are your teammates simply going to be there at the hackathon to help you make BraneEngine stand out for at the hackathon, or will they also have major input? You mean... So... I'm guessing that's kind of just, like, a question of what is the dynamic of the hackathon going to be like, and the only answer I can give to that is, I don't know. Obviously, I have a lot of ideas about how a team should be run, and I very much want BraneEngine to be what my team uses, so I'm gonna try to form or convince whatever team I'm put in to use it. But aside from that, I won't be too controlling about, like, the actual project that we make. So when it comes to the actual, like, thing that we build with the engine, it's aside from like, can we please use my engine? Aside from that, I'm not too picky about what we build. I will be doing everything I can to make sure the team is successful from a leadership standpoint as well, and like pushing stuff forward and doing all of that, but hopefully with the input of others, because that is also part of good leadership, is making sure you don't kill good ideas from the people under you. What is your target for the engine material properties for texture, resolution, shading, etc.? You mean like performance targets, like use this and it won't crash? I don't have anything for that at the moment, like actual targets. As in performance targets of what I hope it's running at the hackathon, I would be happy with 60 FPS. I think we can do a lot better than 60 FPS, but I would be happy with there are frames happening on screen and it doesn't cause nausea. At least for this. In the future, after Reality Hack, when I'm ripping out all of the Reality Hack things that I did and making them like real and crystallized, then it's like we want to be hitting 90 FPS minimum, always. And then every other performance benchmark of like texture sizes and performance of shaders and whatnot will be dependent upon meeting those targets. But for the most part, it's like world creators can do whatever they want. Simp is easy to set up and took me about an hour with an Indian guy explaining it. Me to load, position, UV, normals, and indices. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm expecting, is the replacing the GLTF loader isn't going to take very long at all. I'm more so worried about everything surrounding it. And I am going to look into other, specifically just GLTF loaders as well. Because I potentially want to look into... I don't know if we'll have time for like extracting animations, but I would like to be able to retain some of the code from this for the future. Like, because this is a detour that with the expectation that we're going to remove a lot of the stuff that we made after Reality Hack. But I would like to be able to keep some of the stuff I make, and one of those things would be the refactors for like stability, the refactors for the GLTF loader. A lot of these APIs that I'm writing now probably will be carried over to BraneScript in some form. And then the actual scheduling system, I'm going to be building that the same way that I want to try to build it for BraneScript. I just think Lua will be a suboptimal... There's several things to do with multi-threading that make it hard to work with Lua in multi-threaded environments if you want to be efficient with particularly the memory usage. But yeah, all that to say that like we're still going to be careful about which libraries we use because I want to keep them in there. Okay, but this looks like if I can actually get all of this done, I will be significantly more confident about my chances of achieving my goals. Which means we now need to move on to the execution portion. Real quickly. 28 divided by 7. Okay, that is exactly 4. Okay. For drugs. Not quite yet. I actually want to sleep tonight at a reasonable time because I have to like pet sit my dog because my family's going to be out of town for the holidays and I'm going to stay here and I'm going to work on this. So tomorrow. Tomorrow we will be chugging monsters. I guess we'll just dive right into what is our entity. Well, so I'll let you guys kind of guide me. Do we want to now design our entity paradigm, along with like the scheduling system and how all of that's going to actually work? Because right now I have a lot of semi-connected concept floating around in my mind, or we can decide which language we're going to use. Now, the paradigm, at this point, the language won't really matter because we'll just shove the language into the paradigm. The paradigm is more important than the language because we're not actually too worried about low-level performance for this. We're worried about it working. For specifically, usually that would be a blasphemous statement for me to say. Lua over normal Lua? Potentially. We're gonna research it here. Lua was only for Roblox. Lua. Is Lua a Roblox thing? Alright, so we are doing this because I have squirrel-brained and I'm procrastinating actually designing this. So we're going to decide on the language, and then we are going to actually design our entity paradigm. So we're going to look up Lua U language. This is a .org, so it has a GitHub with a MIT license, multiple of them, but it looks like it started using Lua 5.1 as a scripting language for games. Over the years, we ended up substantially evolving the implementation of the language to support growing sophistication of games on the Roblox platform. Yada 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 yada. Performance stuff. Syntax. Lua is syntactically backwards compatible with Lua 5.1. However, we have extended language with a set of syntactical features to make the language more familiar and ergonomic. The main thing I am interested in is so if this is the Lua version that Roblox is using, that means that it will have a lot of documentation on how it can be used, which is also one of my concerns. Is if I'm trying to force a team to use this, I want there to be documentation for whatever I'm forcing them to use, aside from going, because like we could totally go to like what yeah, that's it. We could totally use like DOS script, which has a lot of very nice features and was one of the ones I'm looking at. The problem is that like nobody knows this exists, and there is, yes, I would force them to use Lua, but only because Lua is an actually like quickly learnable thing, whereas something like this might be a little less documented. Next year, though, I'm gonna force them to learn an entirely new language, though, which is the one that I've invented, which will cause them more pain and suffering than Lua, most likely. Hopefully not. Just use Brain. No. We want a ergonomic, like, developer semi-friendly language. I'm not gonna use brainfuck. I vote you use the Moo scripting language. I'm describing right now why we aren't going to use extremely niche scripting languages unless they're the one that we have built ourselves. How will your project's vision help make VR creation accessible, inclusive, and community-driven? Main one is that it is open source. The other one is that, yeah, mostly that it's open source. And everything else is kind of satellite to that, of trying to make a lot of easily accessible and understandable resources for understanding it. Trying not to be a developer who doesn't care about developer experience, because like developers have kind of been, especially low-level ones, are kind of Stockholm syndromed into not caring about how easy it is to do stuff. So we're gonna try to actually make stuff be easy, like for less experienced developers to do stuff, and but also trying to keep stuff performant and whatnot. Have a no compromises attitude about a lot of development decisions. The headset on. Why are we without the headset? Who is this child? That's a good question. Fine, I'll look up the Moo coding language. Oh. Do you mean the Moo coding language or cow? Moo. It's literally called Moolang. Okay. You know what? I stand corrected. This is what we're going to use. Okay, it is cow. Will I be participating in the Reality Founders as well? I really haven't considered it. So that's this experiential thing, right? Or no. I saw it here somewhere. It was, I think it's the startup forum? Apply to be a startup in residence, presents your company product in it before an influential audience of media and executive shareholders. 30-minute session slot as part of the main program at Reality Hack's Experiential Innovation Conference. A company feature page in the Experiential conference booklet. Actually, how am I supposed to say this? Experiential. Do we want to do like the announcer voice there? A full day conference badges for up to 2 members of your team. Ooh, so I could bring a friend. Ecosystem sponsor status will be applied to your company, granting you access to the entire 5 days of MIT Reality Hack, which I already have access to as a hacker. Share your experience and provide valuable mentorship to hackathon teams. I will not be mentoring other teams this time, because if I am mentoring them, that probably means that they're using the same engine that I'm trying to use to win. So why am I going to fix their bugs if they would just win instead of me? No. No. So next year, the plan is to go as like more of a mentor, trying to get people to other people than me to use the engine and do like the regular mentorship thing. Not this time. This time we are hacking ourselves. Actually, I don't know, it makes fun to hack both times. Basically, I want the engine to be in a spot where I won't have to be the one fixing every single bug with it, and where I have written documentation for it, which I can do next year. So next year I'll let other teams use it. But this year I mean, technically I can't stop people from using it this year, because one of the requirements of MIT Reality Hack is that you release your project that you built there as open source. So my plan to make it so that whatever I build there is still usable is there's going to be a permanent branch of the engine or fork repo or whatever that is, this is the version of BraneEngine that I used at this Reality Hack. So if you want to try out the what I build for MIT Reality Hack. You have to build or download this specific version of the engine, and load the experience with that specific version of the engine. So that's like all open source and stuff. So I won't be able to stop other teams from using it, because it will be open source, the branch of it that I'm using for it, but don't expect support. I won't have time for that. Let's see. Mentorship, blah, blah, blah. That's what I was. Okay, be aware this level is recommended for highly compelling startups presenting cutting edge technology in the areas of extended reality and deep tech. Ooh, I love those buzzwords. Startup in resident applications and company histories will be validated by organizers prior to being invoiced. So that they're even saying like, we're gonna background check you before taking your money, because you do have to pay. That's what I was getting to, is you do have to pay to get into the startup platform. Does my product need to be hacking enabled? 2 ways. Is that a link? That's not a link. Somebody fix that. Do I have any Reality Hack people in chat right now? No, I do not. Fix the link. I want to know what these 2 ways are. Even though... Or maybe it's this thing. Oh, wait. There's 2 things. Startup in Resonance and Rising Star. So I would probably be this $500 fee, which I cannot afford right now. Maybe if the not 28 streams, I'm going to miss a couple days. Maybe if all these streams do really well, I would be able to afford the Rising Star. Demo tape about the MIT Museum Gallery floor and a company page in the Experiential company book. And admission for up to 3 members of your team. Ooh, I could bring 2 friends. I'd have to... Maybe if I can convince some influencer friends to go, I'll be like, oh, you can be part of that. But anyway, tables are highly limited, yada yada. There probably is still spots. Exhibit your company, invite demos. But is this the... Okay, so you have to do startup in residence to be able to get your 30-minute session slot as part of the main program at Reality Hack's Experiential Innovation Conference. Ecosystem sponsor status. Share your experience with valuable... what was the... There is one thing where you present your project to sponsors. I believe that was what you were asking about. Participating in the Reality Hack sponsors is what you were asking. Or not sponsors, founders. So the answer to the startup forum is no. I remember there being like a track where you could talk to invest. Oh wait, no, here it is. It's the first thing that I completely skipped over because there wasn't a bolded header in front of it. So I just went from here directly to there. Maybe bold that, because startups very much care about presenting their company to people. But the products before an influential audience of media and executive shareholders. So they don't say investors specifically. But there is a thing where like your actual hackathon entry somewhere in here. Create blah 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 blah. Networking stuff. Love networking stuff. Where is... I know... Let's look at the 2024 event, because I haven't actually found... Yeah, here's like the startup hack. Oh, there's Dr. Luke. Is it Reality Forum? No. Anyway, last year there was a thing where if you wanted to, you could pitch your Reality Hack submission to a bunch of investors, and they might invest in you. Go through all of that to say that, like, right now, I'm not looking for venture investment in all of this. I feel like venture investment very much misaligns the incentives of what I want to build, because as soon as I take their money, they're going to want it back at some point, and right now I want to not be beholden to a profit motive in any way, really, other than, like, the profit motive of, like, I want to move out of my parents' place. Apply to MIT, apply to scholarships, use scholarship money for the fee, profit. My grades aren't good enough. I was too busy, like, building stuff. So, I can get into, like, so there's, like, Ivy League schools, and then there's, like, pretty good schools. I can get into pretty good schools. I don't know about Ivy League. Maybe if, like, I call in favors or something from, like, people I know at Ivy League schools, maybe then, I don't know. Let me actually go back through the chat here and answer questions, because I've been off on this, like, no, I'm not going to take investment tangent for a while. What is the engine currently coded in? It is currently coded in C++. The best moneymaker in selling exposure to startups and people thinking they can make bank, so you can uptick those markets and let it offset the indie slide. I'm gonna say agree, but yeah, a great way to make money is to make startups think that they will get money from you, because they are all desperate right now. Like, VR startups are very desperate right now. I think having the engine ready for building on at Reality Hack is the best idea, since that's sort of the core. Yes, so the entire, like, ethos of the engine is, I want to be going to hackathons very regularly once the engine is ready, and letting people use the engine at hackathons. Like, that is core part of the business plan of it would be fun. Don't know, the engine seems interesting to me, but most of my interests, they never escape the ideation phase. Well, this is perfect, because it is very easy to ship things with the engine. Once I come up with, like, a managed hosting that will make it easy to, like, for you not to have to self-host stuff. But it should be as easy to publish stuff. Actually, it should be easier to publish stuff than, like, VR chat. Once you have an asset server up and running, and multiplayer servers hosted somewhere. Sup. So that takes us through our backlog of chats. We're up to date, unless there's something in Discord calling my name. No, that's just basis. Chat. All right. So that takes care of a little bit of that background. Back to researching Roblox Lua. Gradual typing, optional type annotations for variables and functions. Boo, it should be required. Boo. Wait, how much is the asset server actually going to handle? Like, will I need to give people my IP if I want to self-host an asset server? So, why would you ever use Lua? Because I want to get something working very fast for Reality Hack, and then after that we are going to purge the code base of it. How much will the asset server actually handle? Like, will I need to give people my IP if I want to self-host an asset server? Yes, so the asset server is going to be equivalent of a web, like a CDN on the web. So, down to, like, having a domain pointed at your asset server. It's going to be the first point of contact for people joining a world or a portion of your world. And then runtime servers are going to be kind of managed by asset servers. I should just rename them to multiplayer servers, but yeah. Lua isn't garbage language like C++, as in Lua isn't a garbage language in the same way as C++. It's infinitely more fun. That's a perspective thing. That's all I'm going to say on that. So I will need a domain, but how will people actually get to that domain? Early on, there's going to be a place to manually type it in. But that's like very early on. In the further future, I see there being community, and also I'm going to have one, registries of worlds, similar like a world browser, in the same way like a web browser, where you have an indexed set of worlds and ways to navigate to those worlds. So either you would like manually give your friends your IP for a world, or you would take whatever steps are required to get indexed on one of those like public indexes. Called Trashy is a good little easy to integrate as an embedded scripting language. Yeah, exactly. It's good for what it was built for. Table types are specified using the table literal syntax. Separate keys from values. If then else, generalized iteration we'll use is the standard. So since this is backwards compatible with Lua 5, that means that it can look like regular Lua, which means types aren't specified. One of the difficulties I do see of adding this in is we're going to have a step where for components you have to tell the host program, the engine, what types your components store, because it won't be able to infer that from definitions. It's going to have to have a more manual API for all of that. Worked with Lua before when I was much younger, still into Roblox, and still into Roblox when I was like 10. So to speak, I was cheat engine shit back then. So I guess I'm just biased off my own past. Unfortunately, this is the Lua version used by Roblox, so your impression is about the Lua version that we are potentially... Okay, makes sense. One more question. Will the server use HTTP so I can use a subdomain on my domain? At the moment, the API works through a raw TCP stream. However, one of my planned refactors is to get it to work with a more standard like HTTP type system, or like WebSockets, and just use more standardized technology, because before I was like, oh, I'll just build absolutely everything from scratch. But now I'm more like, you know what, it might be really nice to be able to offload asset streaming to like a more standardized CDN. So you should probably have stability with exactly. Yeah, I wrote a fully custom TCP protocol, which we're still going to use for certain streaming things, like the runtime server or multiplayer server probably will use a raw TCP connection. Do you plan on having an encrypted cache and server database similar to a CDN on VRChat stuff? That's what the asset server is. The asset server also has other features, like it has a very simple embedded database, and I also want to allow you to do a little bit of scripting on there, so you can define your own API calls and stuff. But at the core, the asset server is a CDN system. Okay, we'll always implement a redirect, so it's not your home network IP, for example. Yes, you can do that. That once, and I wanted to increase the lead contents of my Tempel. Not sure what that is. I love its simplicity as a language. Its ternary is like a little microcosm of how some of the simple rules raise the skill ceiling. Not quite sure what you're saying there, but it sounds smart, so I'm gonna agree. Will the end process include self-hosting content, so the cost of hosting can be taken on by the creators, not the engine? Yes. To a certain extent. I want to start up a actual hosting service, but in no way will people be forced to use specifically my hosting service. And if they want to continue to self-host, they can. Oh, you were referring to uploaded avatars being encrypted. Say, for example, my own Avi. I cannot do further distributing on VRChat. It is uploaded as private for that reason due to the base model. Will they be encrypted for reasons like that? At the moment, I don't have plans to encrypt it server side, at least for self-hosting. When I do like a hosting service thing, I might then make, like, for security reasons, the ability for you to set your assets to be encrypted. But even then, it's like they're all hosted on the server. What's more important there, I think what you're getting at, is you don't want people to just be able to go down a list of IPs and rip all the assets on them. Like, you don't want somebody to, with the IP to a asset server, to just be able to press the rip everyone's asset model button. And to answer that, so my solution for that is it's semi-similar to Basis's solution, which obviously their solution is each client has like a private code, and then the assets are encrypted, and you can download anybody's assets, but they will be encrypted because it's publicly hosted. And when you're in an instance with somebody, you locally send everybody that key to be able to decrypt your avatar. And that is different from the Founders Lab. The Founders Lab Notion link was in the RSVP form. Okay, I can look at that later. Right now I'm answering this other question, though. The way that I want to handle asset security is there's two server types. There's the asset server, and then there's the runtime / multiplayer server. So this is the one that's like the equivalent of, the multiplayer server is the equivalent of connecting to something like the cluster that, why am I blanking on the name? Like Photon, Fusion, or Pun uses. So you can have like several multiplayer servers running, and they're all communicating with an asset server. So when somebody joins when they go to an asset server, they ask, hey, I would like to join this area of the world. The asset server will go, cool. This multiplayer server is currently running the instance for that portion of the world. So you go, cool. You connect to that runtime server or multiplayer server. And then once you connect to there, the runtime server tells the asset server, hey, this person is confirmed in this instance. Let them download this set of assets. So the only time you're able to download assets for a certain portion of a world is if you are authenticated to be able to do that. Now, in the case of avatars, where it's not tied to a section of a world, the asset server still has ways to verify that you're somebody able to access that. For example, if you're an asset creator, you might be able to directly, I'm going to have a scripting API, so you can, on the asset server, connect to like OAuth of other platforms. So if you're an asset creator, you can upload all of your avatars to your personal asset server, or even one hosted in a different cloud, since it will be using like the runtime loadable scripting language, meaning it doesn't need to be like built into the asset server. It can runtime load the API call stuff. But when somebody asks for an asset, you would be able to verify if, say, there's somebody subscribed to your Patreon, because at some point they will have to connect to your server, go through the OAuth process, and now they are authenticated to be able to request that model. And there would be a system for them to like locally grant other people to be able to also download that avatar model if they're in the same world as them. But very very scriptable system for, you get to choose the way that you want people to authenticate if they're able to download the assets that you're hosting. See, it should be in your RSVP email, not on the website. I don't think it's visible to the public. Makes sense. So people can self-host or subscribe to a cloud asset. Yes. In VRChat, for example, in your cache are heavily encrypted because asset repping is against their TOS. So the interesting thing with having an open source engine is that I really can't do anything to stop somebody from going into the codebase and going to the portion of the codebase where the avatar is downloaded from the server in the client and putting in a save this asset to my computer like call. That is like one of I can't really do anything to stop people from modifying clients, unfortunately. So any asset security stuff has to be entirely server side, unfortunately. It might be interesting to try to do something like some form of asset hashing where other people's clients can block assets that they detect are ripped, or somehow validate that an asset is the original form of that asset. That is something that I found interesting, where it might be possible to do something like an asset blacklist, where you just straight up don't allow assets from a certain server that's like known as a ripping server, for instance. But that is all very I can't even remember when I had these ideas. It was so long ago, and it's all very much like theory crafting. Right. As if someone can display your avatar, it was in an unencrypted state on your computer at some point, and there's no way to get around that unless you're like streaming the video feed for your headset directly from the server. Yeah, exactly. Late game issues. Not like VRC. You can do all that much either. You can rip them from memory, and there's still no way to stop that. Yeah, exactly. And a tiny twink changes the hash, so super simple to bypass that. Yeah, that's why like it'd probably be more of like a community managed system of yeah, it would have to be some sort of community managed system of blocking known ripper IPs and community stuff. You can't, it's hard to solve human problems with technology. Problems of humans being scummy with technology. That's why crypto fails in a lot of instances, is because they're trying to solve humanity with technology. And that's, humans are very technology, they're very good at circumventing technology. As well as breaking it. Pro dev move, leave the problem to other people. No, I will have to download it not download. I will have to deal with it at some point. When is the BraneEngine meetup in VRChat going to happen? I don't want to do meetups in a different platform. How about this? Since we're making a version, oh wait, no, I'm not putting multiplayer into it. If I was putting multiplayer into this version of the engine, the MIT Reality Hack version of the engine, then it would be totally like, yeah, let's jump into the Reality Hack version of the engine. Maybe after Reality Hack, we can take some time, get a version of multiplayer working for this version of the engine, and then we can actually start holding meetups in like the explicitly not version of the engine we're going to use in the future. See, how much control would the world itself have over clients, enforcing an avatar dress code, etc., only human avatars, themes, or disallowing modified clients? So the kind of theory, the philosophy I'm going with is the world should have as much control as possible over the way that they want people to act. So of course, that then becomes a technological problem of like, how do you enforce an avatar dress code? Like, how do you detect if a humanoid avatar is a human? Like, that's like a hard thing to do. But the goal is to try to implement ways for them to do that. It's probably more of like a whitelist, blacklist system at first, and eventually some sort of community managed tagging system as well. But the goal is like, I'm not going to stop people from regulating their worlds. I'm going to try to give them as many tools as possible to. If you're in the same scene as someone else in a multiplayer scene, the assets have to be loaded into memory in order for people to see each other or be in the same world. Yes, correct. Seems kind of weird to do it in someone else's home. Yeah. Better to showcase your own platform itself. Exactly. People lock avatars to human only. I know I would be locked out of most worlds, sadly, since my avatar is my persona. Yeah, that is one of the concerns. One thing that I do want to experiment with is allowing people to set avatars per world. So it's like, when I join this world, I automatically use this avatar, or being able to set preferences for avatars for different scenarios. So if you did go to like a humanoid avatar locked area, you would have some sort of system either on your client end, probably on your client end, that goes through like, all right, which of my assets, which of my avatars that I have on my list of like avatars I like, which one of them best fits this situation, and then you would load up in that avatar instead of being locked out of a world. Feels like Horizon lost. Yeah, no, Horizon lost hard on locking out the furry community. Yeah. Is the final build going to be exclusively VR, or will it have a flat screen mode? I do want to have a flat screen fallback mode. I don't want VR experiences to be held back by being forced to support the flat screen mode. That's my main concern there, but I do want it to be something like, especially for when you're developing, it's very nice to have a desktop fallback. Are you the sole person creating BraneEngine right now, or are you open to having a team and or co-founder? So I'm very open to having a team, but I want to be able to pay them before I hire anybody. Like, I'm very much not comfortable having people in official positions if I'm not paying them. I'm very comfortable with not paying myself at the moment. I'm in a situation where I can survive that way. But I want to have a team. I want to have a large team. However, I need to figure out a way to sustainably do that, and that's where like satellite things like a managed hosting service, a world browsing service, things that aren't the engine that I do charge money for come into play, because those satellite businesses will be a way to funnel money into actually developing the engine at that point. But for the moment, I don't have the funds to ethically bring other people on. Sole person creating BraneEngine? Yes. Aside from a few people who have been contributing, which I have been very, very thankful about. It's just really cool to see. Like flag screen as a recording medium for content creation. Okay, so I want to do a lot of cool stuff with like providing good streaming cameras and whatnot. For specifically experiences that I want to build that I don't want to talk publicly about yet, because I want those things to be a surprise when I do finally announce them. But big portions of those things will be good creation tools, or specifically streaming. So it can be in VR, but flat screen as a camera player. That's an interesting idea of like having split controls, where you can control the cam, like have a second person on the desktop, on your desktop, moving your camera around for you who is in VR. That is a good idea. Just making a disclaimer that all these assets uploaded must be public and a license free in order to offload liability till a solution happens late game. Yeah, that is I like that idea. But the license is that will have to have more thought of like, do you tell people that they have to have like a free license on stuff? Just use AI. Unpaid labor is good labor. You get what you pay for. You get what you pay for. Don't think they can technically be license free. They just have to be permissively licensed. There's no way for me to enforce what license people upload stuff with. But here, I've been talking to the camera too long. We need to actually start researching this. Sandboxing. I want to see what they are. Yeah. Lulu is safe to embed. Broadly speaking, this means that even in the face of untrusted, in Roblox case, actively malicious code, language and standard library. So I don't need sandboxing for MA2 Reality Hack. I will for Brain script later, but not for specifically the Reality Hack, because we don't even have multiplayer at that point. And the one experience hosted on this will be the Reality Hack submission that I will be able to verify won't have malicious code in it. Probably. I have known bugs, escaping getting out of the sandbox. Additionally, the VM provides extra features to implement isolation of privileged code from unprivileged code and to protect one from the other. This is important if the embedded environment decides to expose some APIs that may not be safe to call from untrusted code. Okay, so like they have systems for if you want one script to have more access to the internals of stuff than another. For example, because they provide controlled access to or risk PII exposure through fingerprinting, etc. Safety is achieved through a combination of removing features from the standard library that are unsafe. So I'm guessing stuff like accessing the file system, adding features to the VM that make it possible to implement sandboxing, and escalation, making sure the implementation is safe from memory safety issues using fuzzing. Isn't formally proven. Get your head back to work. Yep, that's what we're doing. While implementing the stack in a safer language such as, Rust mentioned, would make it easier to provide these guarantees to our knowledge based on prior art, this would be difficult to reach the level of performance required. Always sus when people say Rust isn't performant. Parts of the Lua 5 standard library are unsafe. The I/O, obviously. Package, OS, debug, to a large extent because it has functions that aren't memory safe and other functions that break isolation, and the only support functions do file and load file have been allowed. Oh, that's just file system loading stuff. To achieve memory safety, the bytecode function has been removed. Bytecode is hard to validate. Oh, like the language itself can't access bytecode? Thus, load string doesn't work with bytecode inputs, and a string dump load have been removed. Okay, so they removed certain bytecodes that were unsafe, that have been removed and aren't necessary anymore. While embedding Lua, bytecode should be encrypted, signed to prevent empty text. Well, it's the empty. So I wasn't planning on using this beforehand, but it actually looks like a pretty solid option. Then again, we don't need sandboxing at all. So then I guess the next thing we go to is performance. How fast is it compared to LuaJIT? worth noting that Lua is focused on, first and foremost, stable high-performance code in interpreted context. So because JIT compilation is not available on many platforms Lua runs on, and AOT compilation would only work for code that Roblox ships, and even does not always work. This is in stark contrast with LuaJIT that, while providing an excellent interpreter as well, focuses a lot of attention on the JIT. Okay, so this is the portion that I care about. It's even sussier when people say Rust is performant. But Rust is natively compiled. It's like slightly, very slightly less performant than like C and C++, because like it does have like runtime bounds checking and stuff in a lot of places. However, like it's still pretty close. Because if they are license free, it's just copyright infringement if you haven't licensed, but TOS can sort of almost act like a license. I can't TOS open source software though. That's like, unless the TOS is in the license, and then it's not MIT or Apache. See, all the legal stuff gets offloaded to the people using the engine, because I like literally can't enforce it. Platform to permissively license. Yeah. Real men code in machine code. I have coded in machine code. Fortunately, we also need to allow women to code with this. You know, we want to be inclusive in all of that. So we have to provide other machine learning. Then again, there were a lot of the original, like, very, yes, they do, in fact. Look who coded the Apollo moon landers. In assembly code, by the way. Which kind of disproves my point. Real woman punch code and punch cards. Yeah. I think finishing C++ engine code is more important at the moment than trying to fix an existing problem in finished systems. What is this talking about? Existing problem infinite. Yeah, we need to. Yeah. First programmer was actually a woman. Yeah. We can't make too many jokes here. So this here actually very much has me wanting to go with LuaJIT instead, everything else aside, just because my it's a hackathon where I will be on the only team using it. So our chances of malicious code are incredibly low. So I don't actually need to worry about sandboxing for specifically this version of the engine. Which means that, because like LuaJIT is still sandboxable, so learning that, here I'm going to deal with this ping so it goes away. Ping from VRChat Party Hub. It was an @everyone ping saying they have a Lego Open Deck Nights. It's pretty cool. But I think we're gonna keep streaming here. I won't ditch you guys to go to the Lego themed VRChat pop-up event. Rust has done everything it can to make it so that checking your assumptions is cost-free. Like a really good example of languages being horrendous at that is null. Is the incoming reference null? Are any reference types? So you gotta check if you don't want to assume them every single time. Yeah. No, I personally think Rust is pretty performant. You don't have to convince me. And I do like the not null. That's one thing that I'm probably going to steal for BraneScript is the non-existence of null. We will have optional types with none. However, that is None is essentially a null type, but it is a typed null type. That is, you explicitly have to check it, which is good. Or you just unwrap. First and foremost, stable high performance in interpreted context as a legit compilation is not available on many platforms that Lua runs on. An AOT compilation would not work. Blah, blah, blah. Roblox works on like a lot of mobile devices and stuff too, which I don't have to worry about too much at the moment. Implement JIT on some platforms, and this is subject to eventually plans. Alright guys, we are using Lua JIT because we want our MIT Reality Hacks mission to be very, very performant. And we may have to, at the hackathon, write some unperformant code, so it would be good if the language runtime is performant, you know, gives us as much space to be unperformant as possible. Ahead of time optimization. Say someone adds copyright. So with the project being open source, how will you deal with copyright issues when they crop up, for example? Say someone adds copyrighted music to a world that they have created. So that is a question of where that copyrighted code is being hosted. If they're self-hosting the server, then then any like takedown requests would have to like mess with their server, or like they would have to be sent to them, and like I'm not really involved in that process aside from being like, I can't do anything, go talk to them, this is how you deal with that. Here was like, if like stuff gets really out of hand, like here's a known vulnerability in the version of the engine that they're using and they haven't updated or something, I don't know. Go wild, explode their servers. But let's say in the instance of like underneath like Brain Reality, the company that I have started to do all of this. Let's say Brain Reality has its hosting division. So we have like hosting services, and you're using our hosting services, and you uploaded copyrighted music to a world hosted effectively by us, licensing servers out to you or whatever, then it obviously would be in like RTOS that you cannot put the copyrighted stuff on our servers. So if we found out about that, then we would have to like take your either have you remove it, and if you don't remove it, take your hosting down, you know, take action against that. So it's a matter of who's hosting the servers, and whoever's hosting the servers are the ones who have to deal with takedown requests. They're trying to plan around the legal requirements when you're not even at the point of multiplayer is a distraction. Yeah. Can always recompile the C++ engine into WASM. You can compile the code, but not the dependencies. Premature optimization, my beloved. See, we're not premature optimization is like, I wrote some inline assembly right here because I thought I might need to. Architecture decisions, on the other hand, are very much like, those are in bounds. Because architecture very much impacts your performance, and that is something you have to think about beforehand. Need help with something C++? Fire away, we will see. How about type aliasing? I'm not quite sure under which context you're asking. Guy lit by a limelight. I got my green light. I like my green light. See, I think we are going with Lua JIT because, like, If Lua had JIT performance, then I would go for it right away, because it has a lot of other stuff where the architecture of BraneEngine is very similar to Roblox from a very cursory glance, so their scripting system would, for this very brief time, work very well for it. Please explain the concept of static in C++. So if I remember correctly, static members of a class and static functions are the main examples of static in C++. What they essentially do is it's a scoped global. So imagine if you had put that static variable or function outside of the C++ class. Those static variables act the same way. So they're essentially just like, it's like putting a namespace in front of a global variable. So if you have a static variable in a class, no matter which instance of a class is interacting with that static, it will have the same value. There's only one instance of that variable. And for static functions, they can't access the state of any instance because they're not tied to any one instance of a class. I just used a lot of very big words for that. That probably wasn't a very good explanation, but very simply, it makes for static functions, it means that they can't access the class, any instance of a class. So you can just do class name, and then 2 colons, and then the function name. You don't actually need to call it as a member of an instance. Yeah, it literally means that it exists in exactly one place and never moves. Planning ahead into the future, what are some unique, not so often used optimization tactics you can think of other than DLSS and FSR-based CRUD? So, the funny thing with DLSS and FSR is, they are band-aids. I think if I can rewind my brain a little bit, the original intention of those things wasn't here's more headrooms for studios to work with. Instead, it was if you have hardware that can't exactly keep up with modern games, you can then use FSR stuff or frame generation to make up for the lacking hardware. Modern studios have seen that as great. We don't have to put as much effort into our games and people will still be able to run them. So I want to use actual optimization stuff for a lot of stuff. So data-oriented design, lots of multi-threading, make stuff actually performant. So if you do support DLSS, FSR stuff, it's not you're not ever... In fact, I might actually see to make it so that people can't profile stuff with those technologies on, or something crazy like that, just to make it you can't... It doesn't make sense to benchmark stuff with those technologies on, because it's fake, it's not real. Ah, you were the one who asked that in the server. Alright, so we're gonna look at LuaJIT real fast. The LuaJIT website, my beloved. So the main thing I'm interested here, because what we're about to move on to here, is writing out how our entity paradigm is going to work. How are we going to handle representing a component on an object in memory, and how our operations how are scripts going to be called to do operations on those things? And how is that going to interact with the pipeline system that I want to start prototyping here pretty quickly? So the most important aspect of that is how do we interact with the memory in Lua, and where is the barrier between the Lua context memory and the program context memory? Am I making a 3D game engine? Yes, we are making a VR game engine. This almost looks as bad as the Java website. Let's see this. Oracle, what have you created? Ugh, corporate. This is very corporate. Wow. I mean, this is definitely more modern. But I like this. It's got that indie hacker vibe to it. Old internet. Copyright 2005. Behold, the 2005 academic styled webpage. This is probably like just here. This is probably very much manually written HTML. Oh, it's so beautiful. Look at this. It's so pure. From a more civilized era. Look in my Discord. Oh joy. Let's see this. Okay, yeah. I figured out that you two were the same. One and the same. Yep, I made the mental connection. Yeah. Not only is it readable, it's manually, it's like manually editable. Like, look at this. This is like what you would see from like a website 101 class. It's so like, it works. It's beautiful. Like, we have unhover CSS, and it's just simple. It's so simple. What is it with companies in... So this isn't a company. This is... Let me see... Fully static and does not allow entry of... Who is... I remember it was some academic institution that actually made Luajit. Is there like a about page? Oh, they do have a profiler. Yeah. Mike Paul recommends the tip of the v.1 branch. I guess it was Lua, the original Lua. Which their website, it actually looks newer than the Luajit website. But this was the one that was developed by a academic institution, I guess. I guess Luajit is more the thing that everybody uses, but was developed by potentially a single dev. Let's see the Git repository. What does that look like? Oh joy, it's a privately hosted Git repository. Oh, that's great. Do HTML with embedded CSS. Freaking hate web dev. Same. Find websites like this to be insanely charming? Same. So, isn't Lua JIT based on the same just-in-time interpreter concept used by emulators? Maybe in a very abstract sense, but not a direct connection. So, since you're in Twitch chat, I actually have a link to it. I actually asked this dude if I could use his songs as background music. So I use a combination of this guy, and I have a link to him in the descriptions of both these streams. So I use a combination of this guy and White Bat Audio for the background music of my streams. But yeah, we do synthwave, or like, we like sci-fi stuff in the background. Right, we were looking at the Lua C-API. Indeed, it does. Put on some White Bat Audio. Okay, but we're planning right now. We're not actually working. So in the planning, you know, we need to be like zen. We need to be able to think and like make grand visions of the future. And then when we switch to actually coding, that's when we like throw on the White Bat Audio wherever it is. We just throw in some Children of the Omnissiah. I wonder, since that, like, the Mechanicus soundtrack, since that's a game, could I use that as background music for streams? Just have 1 hour looping of... So what audio engine will the project ultimately use? Right now, my initial thought, ultimately, Steam Audio is currently the one that's in the crosshairs. When it actually comes time to implement, I will do research and be like, okay, which spatial audio system do we actually want to use? Then again, you're asking about audio engines, so you're probably talking more like what sound API, and I actually haven't decided that at all. Like, how does the audio actually get output? I have directly written stuff with like the Win32 API and with, what was the thing I used on Linux? I used something on Linux that was not necessarily the standard, but I'll probably look for something a little bit more cross-platform for when we actually implement something on the engine. Pulse Audio, that's what I was using, was Pulse Audio for like my chiptune tracker thing. So we might write a custom API. That's something that we could do, just manually throw raw audio buffers out, or we could do something like what is the Unity Sound API? There's a certain what is the when I've worked the voice chat stuff, there's certain other audio APIs. Maybe that's just for encrypting voice, or not encrypting, but like codecs for optimizing voice transmission for the network. Why can't I remember the compressing voice over the network? I don't think it was Opus. It was something like, it had like F and then another word. Honestly, you could get away with Ubuntu. You don't have to install Mint. Like, Ubuntu is easy enough to use. Not FFmpeg. Fmod. I think it was Fmod. Something like that. I don't know if this is an actual API for outputting audio, and I don't know what the license is, so it's just something that I knew I was going to look into at some point. It does look like it's a company though, so I am worried. Like, very loosely, I was like, oh, I know that like some people use Fpod in Unity. Let's look into what this thing actually is. There's their white papers. Oh, you have to sign in. Legal info. This looks like I'm not going to use it in an open source engine. I'm curious actually, do you view dedicated sound cards as obsolete? For the most part, yes. Though that is an interesting subject because I believe we could see a resurgence in dedicated cards for I think we could see a resurgence in dedicated cards for specifically physics, because I know physics had a dedicated card a while back, but imagine like you're fully simulating like a VR world with full physics simulation. Like, that makes sense. I can see that being like a custom card architecture for simulating physics, but it also probably could be a compute shader of some sort. But then again, there's a lot of latency issues there, specifically with... It's mostly latency issues they have to deal with offloading cards, but I would totally see it being a, like, dedicated physics cards could totally be a thing in the future. Could see a resurgence in dedicated cards specifically for AI. That's just called a graphics card, though. But yeah, I could see that as well. So, but yeah, we'll try to find like a cross-platform audio API. I didn't have good luck finding one in the past, so we may just like just raw dog APIs, you know. Graphics cards are digital, and you need an entirely different set of hardware to do analog, which is looking incredibly promising. Oh, you're talking about like analog models for AI and stuff. Yeah, I can, like, can you use the same cards they use for crypto mining for AI? Or is that a different type of computational thing? I think it's different. My opinion, I see this project as stupidly ambitious. That's kind of the point. That's kind of the point, is what if somebody just like completely didn't care about the practicality of if it could actually be done, but just said like, this is the way things like, this is the way things could be, or like, it has the potential to exist. So what if somebody just tried to do that? Like, that's one thing that I was like a little bit concerned with putting like the title "My Plan to Save VR" on that video, because it's not necessarily like my like short-term like VR chat's about to blow up and now everybody needs a home, like that. The engine isn't going to be ready in time soon enough to do that. Like, VR chat very much, like, there's actually a pretty decent chance it blows up in the next 6 months. But like, it's not my short-term plan to save VR. It's my plan to, I guess, save the spirit of early VR, in a way, and make sure that like there's always a place for people to like push the boundaries. Like, I haven't seen enough boundary pushing in VR recently, like technical boundary pushing, technological boundary pushing. And this is my attempt to like actually push those spaces forward, regardless of any practicality of the actual project. And you know, I have other plans here too to make it actually practical, like to like actually market it so it does become a thing that people are interested in using. It isn't me off in a corner like, oh, here's my grand vision. No, it's like something I actually want to build with the community. Have gotten complacent, you are fighting that. It's exactly that. It's like, I see things happening in the VR space that I don't like, pushed by market factors. Like, it's explicitly pushed by market factors. What if I just agree? What if I just completely ignore all of that and then fund this through, like, hey guys, this project is pretty cool. Support me so you can see it happen. So that I can just ignore market factors and do what is like explore what the space could do if it wasn't bound by reality. If virtual reality wasn't bound by reality. Usable on MetaQuest and Android VR, not just stick on VR PC and people stuck in what they had. I'm not quite sure kind of what you're saying there, but would be nice as an intentional community. Can't all afford full gaming rigs. I feel like I missed, like, there was like a first message that I didn't see, but no, I do have plans to build this for like Quest and Android XR. Do you plan, once you have enough funding, to make your own VR headset? I have requirements for a headset. The only headset I have which has a proper IPD adjustment, the primary thing since I wear glasses. I can't talk about that too much. I will say it's not me that would be like the head of said headset making project, but I can't say too much. Anyways, I'll just say that I'm involved in something. Let's see. Okay, it's just basis. Okay, right. What was I gonna look at? I was going to look at how the memory of Lua can interact with C. LuaJIT adds some extensions to the standard Lua C-API. The LuaJIT include directory must be in the compiler search path to be able to include required header C code. Oh, obviously that's how linking stuff in C++ or C works. LuaJIT set mode, so this controls whether or not we're jitting stuff. And then aside from that, everything is the regular C stuff. Maybe I need to look into like the FFI function. API functions are provided by the FFI library in detail. It's recommended to read through the introduction first. Okay. Allows calling external C functions and using C data structures from pure... Oh, using C data structures from pure Lua code. That... Halo bans should be abolished in the VR space? It depends on the Halo strap. I very much liked my Halo strap for when I had a Windows Mixed Reality headset. But in a lot of cases they're a bit uncomfortable. I think it depends a lot on somebody's head shape, whether they like it or not. I think everything should work like the Index with like a DAS. Oh joy, I'm missing chat messages in Twitch chat. I'm personally peeved that a laser pointer and flat screen is the best people can come up with for UI, like buttons. It could be something you grab or something you move around later. The thing I want to do after scripting is refactor all of the UI in the engine and also get like a UI framework working for VR. And I want to experiment with actual like VR interaction for UI. I don't have enough like concrete ideas there to actually talk about it too much, but yeah, UI refactor is coming. He's cooking something in a flame. No, I'm gonna do that off stream, you know, don't digital footprint and all of that. Okay, back to this. I like this using C data structure from pure Lua code because I very much would like to not have to use expensive memory stuff. Largely obviates the need to write tedious manual Lua C bindings. In C, no need to learn separate bindings. It parses plain C declarations. These can be cut and pasted from C header files or reference manuals. It's up to the task of binding large libraries without the need for dealing with fragile binding generators. So you just throw in your definition here, and then you just say FFI C and then print. And this is your Lua code for calling this external C function. All right, farewell. Thank you for sticking around while you can. So my question is, how do I provide those functions from the host environment? Because I'm guessing there's a way to sandbox this. Here's the C data structures. Because I'm thinking components, it would be really nice to have those as C data structures. Why does this look strangely similar to no code? Because this is one of the simplest scripting languages in the world. In many ways. And with ECS, that is exactly what we would be doing. Lua is built upon high-level data types. These are flexible, extensible, and dynamic because both arrays and tables are the same data type in Lua, which is a performance decision. Last, this can be inefficient for certain tasks where you'd really want a low-level data type, like a large array of a fixed structure that needs to be implemented with a big table holding lots of tiny tables. This imposes both a substantial memory overhead as well as a performance overhead. So let's say here's a sketch of a Lua library, or a library that operates on color images plus a simple benchmark. So here's our image ramp green. They're like doing some operations on the green thing, or the green part of this table. That's the plain Lua version without the C-style struct. Very dependent on VRC as a platform. I started looking around at other platforms, but what do you think might change in regard to our use of VRC's platform? What do you mean by what might change? It's the better question. Like, what type of changes are you asking about? Here's the FFI version. The modified parts have been marked in bold. I'm not really seeing any bold here, but local FFI. I guess that has a slightly higher weight. But FFI new RGB pixel array of an unknown size. And then that is what is F? I guess that's our factor. That's our factor for our ramp. And for I in n-1, so that's the number. Image, yeah. Oh, wait a second. Is this n the size of the vector? I guess I'd have to look at the API for that. n-1, do n-1. What are we starting the index from 1? Or from 0? Image I green. Image I alpha. So then it just acts like a regular table. The arrays are 0 based, so the indexes have to be from 0 to 1. One might want to allocate more elements instead to... So C arrays are going to be 0 indexed, and Lua native indexes are going to be 1 indexed. Oh, this will be great to work with for the month that we're going to have to work with it. Oh, that's... Oh my. I think Holy C would be a better option. It would. Unfortunately, I don't know how well it is to runtime load stuff with a... See, we can't JIT Holy C, unfortunately, so we're gonna have to stick with this. Maybe if we can interpret Holy C, be pretty based. Honestly, that'd be super based. I could throw Holy C onto the YouTube thumbnail for like a video about that. If anybody knows a Holy C interpreter, that could totally be like a joke fork. I'd be completely down for that. All right, thank you for sticking around while you could. All right, here's the numbers. Memory, extreme memory enhancements. The pure Lua version runs in 10 seconds. The FFI version runs in half a second. You love to see it. Avid reader may notice that the pure Lua version over the array indexes for colors instead of this ought to be more compact and faster. This is certainly true. By a factor of 1.7, switching to a struct of arrays would help too. Also, high-level data structures cannot be easily passed to. Okay, but that doesn't really... I'm definitely going to remember this for when I'm implementing stuff later, but the main thing I'm wondering is accessing the zlib compression library. Where are we getting zlib from? This loads the zlib shared library. Oh, so it's like loading shared libraries from Lua. So yeah, that's your sandboxing concerns there. This is extensions. The FFI library is an extension. But it's built in. So we'll have to see if we can disable some things just out of like, I mean, I don't technically need to, since again, reality hack, but it just like, oh, that is very much a remote code execution vulnerability. If we can just load up a system DLL and then call functions from that. So we're gonna look at Lua here, documentation. What does the API for accessing memory look like? Because that determines... You can. Holy C is JITted. Honestly, that's JavaScript. going insane from too much OpenXR. It's entirely possible. Most code in the OS is JIT compiled. It's generally encouraged to. It is generally encouraged to use JIT compilation as opposed to creating binaries. Davis ultimately wrote over 100,000 lines of code for the OS. So let's see. LLVM target for Holy C. So it's an LLVM front end. Which means I could throw LLVM ORC in here. This would take more effort to throw in than just Lua in a lot of ways. But this would actually be closer to the final pipeline of BraneScript by a fair bit. Can you imagine if I showed up to Reality Hack with an engine running Holy C and then proceeded to win the hack using Holy C? See, I'm not actually finding any like actual compilers for this. Would give you something to pray to that you would win the hack at least. April Fool's show brand fuck is the description language for it. Tempting, but not believable enough. Holy C is more believable. After watching Neos implode, I hope not to see such things happen. I mean, I have absolutely no plans to do anything with crypto, so won't explode for the same reasons if it does. So it looks like the Temple OS itself was the compiler for it. At least that's my guess. So I'm not seeing a standalone compiler anywhere we can throw in. But like, I could actually be convinced to pull up with Holy C if we find like a good interpreter or compiler for it. Oh, a application program interface, API. Set of C functions available to host for the host program to communicate with Lua. All API functions related to types and constants are declared in the header file, Lua H. Virtual stack, it's a stack machine. Schizophrenic language. Love it. Perfect. So, of course, it's like mostly a stack, so I'm guessing there's an API, like Lua check stack, gives us the current stack size. For convenience, most query operations in the API do not follow a strict stack discipline. Instead, they can refer to any element in the stack by using an index. A positive index represents an absolute stack position. Starting at 1 is the bottom of the stack, and negative index represents an offset relative to the top of the stack. Okay, so it's like going upwards, you go up, and going downwards, you go down. So if the stack grows, of course, that other upper bound. Okay, so that's not as egregious as it sounds. But it also means you can't access stuff outside of the range of the stack. You would have to like manually push variables onto there, which is fine. It's like memory safe and everything. Be healthy? No. I refuse. I will be unhealthy. I will go downstairs and I will eat more ramen. To the stack. See Lua function. Here Lua calls C. The called function gets a new stack, which is independent of previous stacks. Wait, call C the function. Oh, whenever Lua calls C, the called function gets a new stack, which is independent of the previous stacks of Lua of C functions that are still active. The stack initially contains. So if you go from C to Lua and then back to Lua, it would have a completely fresh stack and not be able to access anything outside of that. Is that what that's saying? Or just that the C function isn't able to access stuff outside of it? That's mostly fine. That sounds like edge cases. Are you planning to use Lua to build your game engine or C++? So I've already built most of it with C++. And Lua is a temporary thing for like the next month or so because we want to go to MIT Rally Hack. Try to win MIT Rally Hack, and then we're going to rip Lua out and replace it with my own scripting language that I've been working on in the background here, BraneScript. So Lua is a temporary thing to use as a scripting language within the greater engine built with C++. If VRC imploded, it would set back all of VR until we had an alternative. I'm not sure if Resomat is for me, but I have spent the time necessarily to determine. Haven't spent the time necessary to see it. So, the current contingency plan, if you guys are interested in that, is Basis. This project here. It's a open source Unity project that is essentially like, if you clone it, it gives you the Basis, like, it's like a VR chat world, but you can self-host it. So if VRC blew up, this is what I would be pushing everybody to try to go to, because I know the maintainers and stuff, and this is the actual safe VR project, is this one right here, if VRC blew up. Whereas mine is like the long-term, like like lofty ambitions, like eventually everybody use. So mine is an attempt at IRL the seed, yeah, essentially. I am attempting to create the seed from SAO. And hopefully we don't need to trap 10,000 people in a game and then upload my virtual consciousness to that space. To actually accomplish that, hopefully we can just skip to the open source thing first. But yeah. And then basis is like, if VRC blows up, here is open source VR chat. Internally uses C long jump facility to handle errors. We will use exceptions if you compile it as... Okay, so I don't have to worry about this. It will use exceptions. Search for Lua I throw in the source code for details. Oh joy. We're not going to document it. Look at the source code. When Lua faces any error, such as memory allocation error or type error, it raises an error. That is, it does a long jump. A protected environment uses set jump to set a recovery point. And any error jumps to the most recent active recovery point. So you can, like, try catch probably, it sounds like. I'm not actually familiar enough with Lua to know if they have a try catch. That is the weirdest error checking I've... Wait, P call is protected call? Can I see what? Okay, yeah. Status error P call. So you can protected call functions. So they do have error checking in that sense. But the main thing I want to know about is actually that just how is memory allocated? I know how the stack works, but how is global memory allocated? I know that it has globals. Yeah. Let's see. Surprising how the real life I need to convert my avatar part of SAO turned out to be. Especially if I don't have any scripts attached to it. Yep. How long are you planning on streaming? Let's see, what time is it? 7? Ooh, I should probably get off soon if I actually want to, like, have some semblance of a sleep schedule and wake up. We're about at the end here. All I really want to get done this stream was move out this roadmap and make some decisions. So we are definitely using LuaJit. I did, however, want to design this entity paradigm. That might make more sense once we've actually messed with LuaJit a little bit more. So I might pull my usual, like, jump into it without planning and just see how it goes. The next stream tomorrow, we can work on our entity data. We're designing when we implement, exactly. mentioning ripping out Lua scripting once you're done with it. Any reason not to keep it as an option for testers and later end users? The reason is because it would be hell to support 2 different scripting engines. Because I want to do a lot of BraneScript specific optimizations. So this is actually one of the reasons why I like originally, my original plan for the engine like years back was like throw Lua in and then eventually swap it out with my own thing. The reason why I didn't do that originally was eventually like there is that like people will probably start building stuff with Lua and now it's stuck forever as part of the engine and you have to account for that. So now all of a sudden you can't perform like optimizations that rely only on stuff you control. You still always have to account for Lua no matter what you're doing. I don't want to be bound to Lua because there's a lot of stuff that I can't optimize with it. Whereas with my own scripting language, there's a lot that I'm going to optimize with it. So the short answer is I don't want to support Lua, and it would hold the engine back if I kept it in there. It isn't like I can have it and the other engine and like it isn't like a have your cake and eat it too scenario. Lua would actively make the engine worse if I had another scripting language there that we could use instead of Lua. So instead I want to replace rather than keep it alongside something else. Yeah. Sense to leave it in for a little bit for people to make tests with. If everybody involved had the full understanding, it would be ripped out. That is something that I'm considering right now, because I do want to, like, for instance, hold like a monthly meetup group, potentially as soon as possible. And if I could get that working sooner, because we're running with Lua as a scripting system, then like that's it's tempting. It's tempting. 1 second, there's people at my door. Alright, they weren't actually talking to me. Contingency might be a good idea. It's not necessarily contingency, because kind of one of the philosophies of this whole project is like as little compromises as possible. So we're only compromising right now because we have a deadline, but usually I want to avoid having deadlines that force me to make compromises. Oh, thank you for the sub. Thank you. It was much appreciated. But yeah, so how much time do I have? When I actually want to go to bed? I think I have like an hour more that I could stream. How long have I been streaming for? 3 hours? They're the rookie numbers. Got to pump those numbers up. We need to get at least 4 hours here. All right. So we have 1 hour left. We're going to try to take a stab at our entity paradigm. So this is actually the reason why I am not wearing the headset right now, is so that I can break out the drawing tablet. I'm going to hold this in front of me so that the green screen doesn't cut it out. Let's open up Paint, because we are going to... Flashbang warning, by the way. So the way that BraneScript works, or the way that I imagine BraneScript working, and the way the syntax is kind of laid out, is there's a synchronous block of code. It works a lot like a, going to work a lot like a promise Or a coroutine works where you have a block of synchronous code, all of that happens on a single thread, and then there's a hard break. And then inside of this break, some asynchronous operations can happen. You can wait for like mutexes to unlock. You can wait for other pipelines to finish. You can also like start. I think starting things might actually be a synchronous operation to a certain extent, but wait, start stuff, various other sync tasks. And then after that asynchronous block is done, you go into another synchronous block, and this can do some transformations on the data as well. So it's 1:30 a.m. If you get some idea of these, can you post it in the Discord, please? I can like probably throw this diagram in there, but this is also for the people in Twitch chat. I'm also multi-streaming this to YouTube, so if you want to like rewatch this, it'll be on my YouTube channel under the, I think there should be like a live streams section. Like if I go, can I see my own channel? Yes, there it is. Yeah, if you go to live, you can see all my past live streams here. There's like some really old ones when I was testing out WASM scripting there, but then here's the more recent ones. Oh dang, was the Twitch ad running right then? Twitch doesn't want me sending people over to a different platform. Also, YouTube chat says hi. Specifically, Nightstar Entertainment says hi to the Twitch chat. So, synchronous code, asynchronous stuff, synchronous code. And this is how BraneScript is intended to work. And then here, this will be triggered by events. And then over here, this will have like what was I trying to spell here? Completed? I don't know. I like had a complete brain fart there. Anyway, when these pipelines end, whoever has handles on them can grab data and also like wait on data and stuff. So they can be started by either events or other pipelines. And the way that I imagine the runtime for all this working is, here is the start of a frame, here is the end of a frame. End of a frame here. And throughout this frame, we have different events. For example, we might have this is like the, let's call it they're not even like events, they're more like barriers, in a sense. I guess we can stick with the events name for now, but we might need to come up with a better idea for them. But like, here's our draw. There's a draw event here. The reason I have the draw event there is because we also have, say, an update. I am asynchronously writing words here. We have an update, and maybe it's like Unity and we steal late update. Here's our late update. But you can't really say V and then P. Doesn't work. And update and start frame might be the same events. There might not actually be a lot of time here. And the way that I see scripts kind of operating is there's two types of scripts. There's the scripts that you need to get done in a single frame, and then there's the scripts that it doesn't matter how long it takes. It really doesn't matter how long it takes for them to be completed. Like, nothing is waiting on the result of them. So, for example, if we have like a move player pipeline here, it would be triggered by the update event. So update event would trigger the move player. This would request all the variables it needs somehow, which is what we're kind of figuring out now. So it would need like the current player position, inputs, all of that good stuff that are all funneled into this, because pipelines act as a like pure function. They may be able to request more information through functions that give them handles that they can like then resolve into real data through an asynchronous operation. So they would like grab handle. Here it goes through like the asynchronous operation phase where it like blocks the mutex or whatever, or does a copy of the data. And then over here we would have the data. But it keeps it as there are no side effects of here these synchronous phases. It is entirely pure functions. So then after move data has grabbed all the information it needs, it does whatever it needs to, and then let's say that there's other pipelines that need to run after the player is moved. There'd be a utility in the editor to say like, okay, here's the other pipelines that we want to run using that data, and maybe some other pipelines also require the data from these. And then maybe something in late update requires the result of this pipeline. So there'd essentially be like a late update can't run until this pipeline right here is done. So the scheduling system would handle all of that. And of course there might be things like some pipelines spawning and then rejoining pipelines, but I don't need to draw that here. But let's say that this pipeline here edits transformation data, and to draw something we need to know the result of that transformation data. And I mean, move player is also part of that, so there would be like an implicit like dependency here, like the draw event needs to wait until move player is done, but it also needs to wait until these dependencies are done, so I don't really need to draw that. So the draw event would wait on the result of all of these pipelines that are probably doing other movement-based operations. So we need a way for pipelines to define what data they require and also what data they edit, so that we can delay any pipelines that happen after them that would require that data. And eventually in the final version of the engine, I want to describe all of those relations between systems in a visual like node graph representation. So if you want to reorder the timings of things, instead of like the unity like, oh, the priority of this script goes here and the priority of this script goes here, and the timing of different scripts being entirely dependent upon like where they are in the graph of game objects, and it just like goes down the graph of game objects. That's not how this engine is going to work. Instead, there's going to be an explicit ordering of your scripts that you will have to do. And it will be implicitly done to a certain extent, but it can be explicitly overridden in final implementation. So then draw has an internal process that it does to calculate the frame, and then after that's done, maybe there's some more events here for like post-processing. And then we can end the frame after that. Now, another important part about this is, what if move player moves into a volume, and then after we move into the volume, we trigger a load. So we can say so loading assets, or let's in this case loading a chunk, that can't be done in a single frame. In fact, we shouldn't try to do it in a single frame, or else your client is going to stall for like the 250 milliseconds it takes to get responses from the server. Now, 250 milliseconds is kind of like an edge case. Hopefully your internet isn't that slow, but that's still like 50 milliseconds, and to uphold 90 frames per second, you need 9 milliseconds per frame. That's the budget that you're working in. So load chunk, which as like network API operations, this is going to take a hot minute. So this has no lines going back to this frame. It simply runs as long as it needs to, and then maybe it triggers other events that trigger other pipelines when it finishes, but essentially it has no impact on the actual timing of the frame. So users will also be able to spawn pipelines that never have to join back up to the main process. And this whole thing, block pipeline. So, what was I going to go? I was going to say something else before I started writing custom long pipeline. Right. So this whole system here, while it is explicitly designed, BraneEngine's current architecture and syntax was inspired by this sort of scheduling system. But it's also the way that I want the engine itself to work, even for like internal scripts and stuff. So I want to prototype this whole system even if we're using Lua. So a Lua script will probably have a it's actually very similar to how, probably will work very similar to how Wonderland engine works, where there is like a brain dot create component this is an O-nent component, yes. And then this has all of our information about what that component should look like. And this will be like an entire object describing the layout of the component that we want to expose in the editor. So this is all the data you want to store about a component. And then those components will also have update events. It's actually a good idea. I could just throw like component update events onto this timeline. I'd also say which components rely on other components. So this isn't explicitly like a pipeline dependency thing. It's like the component update pipeline thing. Anyway, you would have like an API here also for Brane, or component dot set have like a set pipeline function, or you could set pipelines for different events, like component on create, component on destroy, component on update, and then the editor could figure out if you've defined one of those like event listeners, and then after you have listening to those event listeners, the editor would be like, okay, let's throw this component onto a spot on the timeline. You can set like if those pipelines need to finish before other pipelines, etc., etc. Yeah. So this is basically how it's going to work. And pipelines are going to be laid out as objects where they have different stages. And you can set the inputs and the outputs to those stages for each stage, along with the asynchronous. Or the asynchronous operations are functions that you call at the end of the synchronous portion of the pipeline. But you also need a way to define those synchronous operations to like let the scheduler know how things work. Lots of fun stuff to figure out that I feel like has to happen when I'm actually implementing all of this. But the main thing I want to figure out is, what does an entity look like? Where is this stored? Because I don't think pure ECS works for BraneEngine. Specifically because the way that pure ECS works is systems run on entities. It just says, give me all the entities that have these components, and then it runs on all of them. However, I want BraneEngine to be able to load 2 chunks from 2 different servers, and essentially those chunks shouldn't interact with each other unless their scripts explicitly say, hey, I know that that chunk is there, and that chunk knows that I'm here, and I explicitly want to interact with it through this system. And if you're using pure ECS, out of the box, unless you're like manually saying the ECS for this chunk is a different world than the ECS for this chunk over here, you're going to have scripts from over here messing with the scripts from over here. Because if this chunk defines, say, a system that runs an operation on every single transform, you just blatantly, like, they, like, enabled physics for every single object through a system, for some reason, without the need of any other components. That would then run also on every single component on this chunk, and every single chunk in the world. And without an explicit system, like an architectural change to stop that, which is what we're talking about here, that could cause a lot of issues. So, the main ways I want to fix that are chunk dependent. Each chunk defines the systems that it wants to run within itself, also defines the order that it wants the chunks to run in, and the only question left is then how entities are stored, because it makes less sense to store all entities in like a global archetypes system. because that's what I have right now is archetypal ECS that I've implemented from scratch. What might make more sense is I like the idea of each chunk having its own sparse sets. Yeah. So maybe what we will do is maybe we will actually do a entity component system. We will just change the way that systems interact with it. Meaning I might not need to throw out my current ECS system, which is actually pretty good. Well, no, I still do because we have to change the way that memory works. Or do we? We don't necessarily have to. If LuaJIT can operate directly on C-style structs, then no, we don't have to change it. We would just have to, like, have some interesting FFI happening. And have the entity component system somehow segregate things based on chunk. Shouldn't be too hard to do. At least from the storage side of things, it makes sense to store stuff kind of in an ECS style way. But the way that I see pipelines working is that a lot of pipelines will be called in different ways. It won't be like, oh, you run this pipeline and then it does a request for what entities it wants. Instead, the pipeline will be called and already be passed components on entities. So like multiple instances of this pipeline will be spawned per entity that it's operating on. Which means I have to come up with, well, I don't necessarily have to come up with an efficient way to call it for this specific instance. The main thing is, no, we still need to get the memory into Lua. But we can still use ECS to store stuff. But it would just be EC, not ECS, because our systems work different. So entity component system. But do I want entities to be able to have multiple of the same component in the way that Unity does? I do actually. I do want people to be able to do that. So it won't be... And since we will be splitting up operations on different entities based on thread, I mean, we can queue up a ton of the entities in the same memory space to the same thread. It's like messing with the job system manually. I feel like my inspiration so the way that I implemented archetypes was based on the way that Unity implements archetypes in my current system. Actually, I don't need to worry about this at all for Lua, because when we're using the Lua type system, actually no, there is the FFI system, so it isn't like a complete unsolvable issue, because we can use the FFI to iterate over an array. For SIMD code, I guess, yeah, if you want to do SIMD operations, you want to have components of entities tightly packed. So then sparse sets and archetypes don't look too different anymore. So I guess with pipelines, when they want to interact with the other components, I can just say, do a manual get components call. If we do allow entities to have multiple of the same component, see, that's an archetypal system, though. I'm thinking of there. Guess we could do an archetypal system where we can do multiple of the same component. There are no laws against that. Since I won't ever be like exposing a direct for each entity's call. not necessarily the way I want this language to implement. So we'll say entities are stored in archetypes, not sparse sets. No, where's my mouse? There we go. We'll delete this. So we'll say this is an archetype. With duplicate component support. Or I don't know, a sparse set system still kind of makes sense here. You just would want to sort the duplicate components to like the end of the list, or like have the first instance of a component on one side and then a second instance. That way, if you want to do SIMD optimizations later, you'd have a pointer to both the start of those two components and then the other instances of those components would be there and accessible by the SIMD operation. But then again, you don't have a lot of duplicates of stuff in VR contexts. You have a lot of like single instance. So we need something like the reason why I don't want to just go straight for archetypes, because they're still like very memory intensive for single instances. Because the way that Unity does this is archetypes are a set size. So maybe we just need to make archetypes pull from an existing, because the archetype sizes in Unity are 16 kilobits, or 16 kilobytes, 16k bytes. This is a lot of storage for your, let's say your audio instance, which is essentially a play position. It is playing, and then a reference to the audio asset. So that's going to be like 8 bytes, a boolean, and like an 8-byte pointer. Is it 8 bytes or is it 4 bytes? No, it's 8 bytes. Yeah, 8-byte pointer. A Boolean, which is 1 byte, and then a, what did I say, play position? Let's call it a float, so 4 byte. So that brings you up to 15 bytes. Add in padding. It's a 16-byte struct, roughly. So for your 16-byte struct, let's say you have only one instance of this audio thing. Then again, you would have a lot of audio instances that might be only an audio instance, and then those are all thrown into the same archetype. But let's say you have a lot of audio instances, but each one of those also has one other struct on there, and now you have a bunch of archetypes, each with 16k bytes allocated for them, but there's only one, or maybe two 16-byte structs in there. That's a lot of memory that is getting overused. So maybe the solution to this is have varying pools. So 16k bytes could be allocated on, you could have like ramping where you have like 16k. You also have an 18, or not 18, 8k. You also have a 4k pool and a 2k and also a 1k. So archetypes are originally instantiated with a 1k pool, a block of memory from the 1k pool, and these are also paginated. So maybe I just do smaller page sizes. This is a paginated archetype, like block. So I could probably solve this entire problem by just making, instead of it being a huge vector, have it be a paginated small vector. Because by having it paginated, you already have the lookup cost on the like indexing. You can just do small pages. So let's see, what do you think the largest entity size might be? Because ideally, most entities probably don't have a lot of context they need. So it's likely that you'll get like a bunch of like, here's a 16k struct paired with like a 4k struct. Just a bunch of tiny structs. But then you look at some like Unity projects and you see like, oh, those components have a lot of variables. And like a lot of variables. Here's a lot of variables, here's a lot of variables. So what do we think the largest a structure could be? Let's say we have like a very large entity. This will have, let's call it 5 components. 5 components seems fair, and these are like hefty components. And each one of those components has 12 references. And that's the majority of the data there. Like, actually, how many did I just say? 12 references? 12 references seems fair. If you're doing, like, say, a IK system, you have 12 references. Those 12 references are, like, the 12 things that you're doing IK for. And those 12 things that you're doing IK for, calculator, we need to get Notepad out. 5 components. This is our ECS worst case. has 5 components, each with 12 references. So that's going to be 8 bytes per reference. Or 8 times 12. Anybody here good at math? Let's see, that'd be 80 plus 2 8s, so 16. 106? 80 plus 60, no, that'd be 96, right? 96 sounds right. I'm gonna check myself though. Oh yay, I can do math. Let's go. So that's 96 bytes. And let's say that each one of these has a conservative 6 variables that are all like 4 bytes. Like integers, floats, etc. Honestly, it could be a lot more than that. Let's say this is our like worst case. I'm doing good. I am totally not losing my mind trying to design an ECS system on the spot. But each one of these like local variables, let's call them 4 bytes. 10 times 4, oh, that's an easy 40. I made the math easy on myself. That's for like this relatively bad case scenario. Like there wouldn't be a lot of these entities here. Indeed, indeed. Let's bust out the calculator again. So in our theoretical worst case scenario, going off of my time in Unity, not times, this would actually be plus 40, our entire of this one component that is a worst case component is like 136 bytes. 136 bytes. So these 5 components on this one entity work out to 160 bytes, or 680 bytes. And that doesn't even get us to 1K of page size, or of, yeah. Meaning that reasonably, is it like this is an ultra worst case entity size. See, let's see what the powers of 2 we can work with here. Actually, $512. Let's do some thought experience here. With a 512 page size for our archetypes, and with the idea that every time there's a new combination of components or an entirely unique entity, we need to allocate at least one of these. So even if this new entity only has a 16 byte structure, we still need to allocate an entire 512 page like memory to throw that into. I'm not even sure this is how it's going to work with the Lua implementation of this, but this is how it will work with like the final BraneScript implementation, which is why I'm like stressing over this. Let's say this 512 page size, let's say we have a scene with 200 objects in it, and all of these objects are entirely unique, which is pretty unlikely. Like, let's say you have a VR chat instance. Actually, that's a good comparison. You're in a club world. Everybody has very poor avatars. Each one of these avatars has at least 5 entirely unique scripts on it for like complete thought experiment. I think that's pretty reasonable, each one to have 5 entirely unique components. And of course, they would have a couple others that aren't entirely unique, but let's say 80% instance, each one of those people have 5 unique entities on them, or 5 unique scripts. And then after that, they also, let's say your world has an additional, let's call it 50. Well, we're using a rave world in this example, which games can probably be better designed on this than this. So let's say you have 50 unique objects. Brings up to a grand total of 450 entirely unique objects. Which, if we do the math on this, if we have a 512 page size for our 450 unique objects, that gives us to a memory allocation, which is like grossly underutilized, of around, that doesn't even get us to half a gigabyte of RAM. So like if we look at our RAM here, like this would show up as 0.2 on the memory thing here, and that's for like 450 entirely unique objects, which in the worst case scenario is probably going to be like 2,000 or 3,000. Just throwing numbers out here. Oh, no, I just want 3,000. Clear. Let's say you have 3,000 unique objects loaded at once times that 512 page size. That's 1.5 gigs. But like that, I see that as unreasonable that we would have that many. The other concern there is that what if our entities, like worst case entities, go over that? Wait a second, I've been doing my calculations wrong. My worst case scenario would be larger than that page size, which like you don't want that, because then your like data for your entity is stored in 2 different places. Then again, it's fine if the components cross boundaries. That's actually entirely fine. But the entities want to be, well, actually no. Your components are the things being packed together. So in that case, page size just wouldn't work at all. But we know the size of the entity beforehand. So I think the solution here is literally just to have variable page sizes. Between different archetypes. So an archetype can't have like a 1K page size and then a 5K page size, because that would cause even more issues. Like, okay, now I have to actually, when I want to index into a certain component, I can't just do some quick math and find out exactly where it is. Instead I have to do like, oh, how big was this one? And how big was this one? And how big was this one? We need like the same number of them in each page there. So, like this, for my worst case scenario, this needs a 1K page size rather than half K page size, and that drastically ups the potential memory allocation to like 3 gigs, which again, this is like a very much worst case scenario that I don't see ever happening. But no, we can drop that to like a 1K page size instead of 16K. Then again, that is like allocating a page for every single worst case entity. Profiling needed. Profiling needed. K is far too large. All right, we're coming up on the end of my streaming time, so I think I'm going to leave off with have decided to do archetypes. And the way that we're going to do it is with dynamic dynamic archetype allocation sizes. Because the main concern I have is literally just the instances where we have entities and there's only one of them. Ooh. Fun idea. Very fun idea. What if, instead of doing static like allocation amounts for these pages, oh wait, with pooling, you do want them to be consistent sizes. It would be kind of fun to do, like, have it be the size of the archetype, then your entities don't cross memory boundaries. Or your entities don't cross archetype boundaries. So what we'll do wasn't that number in the calculator bytes, not kilobytes? Yes, so this was a number in bytes, so that would be, I guess that is a question. How much is a gigabyte? Because I was thinking like a billion. Is it more than that? Oh wait, you're right. That would be a kilobyte. No, this is a kilobyte. Here, that's kilobytes. This would be gigabytes, right? Bytes to gigabytes. So in this case, oh. .5 megabytes. Ow, come on. There we go. Which, like, it doesn't even pop up. Okay. So I might be significantly overthinking about this. Okay. What if we have a worst case scenario of 6,000 entirely unique entities in a scene, which is ludicrous. Times that by 16K, which it'd be some factor of 2 that is 16. So we'll do 2 times 2 times. Oh dang it! I got a times 0 in there, so we'll just do this first. 2 times 2. 64. So there's our 16, our accurate 16 kilobit size. And we'll times this by our absolute worst case scenario of like 6,000 unique entities. And that doesn't even scratch 0.1 gigabytes. Okay. My scales were completely off. So 16 kilobytes will handle everything fine. So I don't actually need to worry about too much memory stuff there. Isn't this like the entire memory of an Atari or something like that? Never mind. Maybe I'm thinking like an Apple. Four kilobytes of... Okay, yeah. So we are throwing around multiples of old computers' entire memory to store one single kilobyte object, and we literally like a 16-byte object. We're storing it in multiples of old computers' entire RAM storage. Because on a modern machine, it doesn't even show up as a percentage point of its memory. Like 0.00 whatever of its memory. So yeah, we can just go with 16 kilobytes and that's fine. That covers everything, and it doesn't... I was completely stressing out about that. Yeah. My like stop time was in roughly 30 seconds from now. So I have 40 seconds. So yeah, this is our plan now. This is what the runtime is going to look like. We actually are going to use archetypal ECS. I'm going to add the ability to have duplicate components because we aren't actually going to do operations onto entities based on find operations. Instead, we're going to have the scheduler is going to like work closer to how Unity does. But yeah, this is what we are going to implement / refactor, and Lua is going to essentially emulate BraneScript for the entirety of this. So with that, I have hit my time to stop streaming. Thank you for all of you who did stick around. It is very much appreciated. Thank you for watching my descent into madness here. I'm realizing this camera is like falling backwards, so it can't actually see all of like my hand motions that I've been doing this entire time. But yeah, this was a very productive stream from a organizational standpoint. So yeah, thank you for sticking around. I will see you guys next